morning, everyone. A warm welcome from ICO. We are just waiting for some more guests, eminent personalities to arrive. So kindly be seated and we will start in a few minutes. Thank you.
good morning. Namaskaram. A warm welcome from ECHO. I'm Ananda Yovial. I'm Head of Corporate Communications and Public Affairs at EastWest India. And I'm a committed participant in the ECHO Forum ever since its inception. So it's my privilege and honor to extend a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of our esteemed Executive Committee, Dr. Davluri Garu, Suhas Joshi, Subhadra Gupta, Sai Kadde, Radha Madhav Mela, Satish Hegde, Pramod Kulkarni, Moshumi Gogoi, Raja Vadlamani, Pushparaj, and our ever committed secretariat in the background, Yadaya Kumarswamy. Although not all members could join us today, I convey heartfelt regards from all of them. Their spirit and dedication resonate with us as we convene here to discuss pivotal issues that we face our industry. So we are very fortunate that we have some illustrious personalities from the industry here. We have Professor E. Haribabu Garu, who is a former Pro Vice Chancellor of University of Hyderabad, Ram Kaulinya Garu, who is a veteran and advisor for FSII, whose vast experience in seed industry guides our strategic vision. We have Venkatram Vasantwada Garu, Managing Director of Seedworks. We have Mr. Rajendra Velagala Garu, Managing Director BSF, BASF, NANAMS, and Rupender Singh Garu, who is Director of Bayer Bioscience Private Limited, and we are old colleagues from Bayer. We have also Rishi Patani, who is CSR Head of Advanta. A warm welcome to all of you, and thank you for all of you here to be sparing your valuable time to engage in meaningful discussions that promise us with solutions. Today I request you all to focus less on challenges and more on way forward. You have taken so much time away from your schedules to be here. Please contextualize all your experience that you have had. Please visualize all the problems that you have had, and let us collectively try to find a solution and a way forward together as one. Now may I invite our illustrious guests to please come and light the lamp. So may I request Dr. Davluri Garu and Professor Haribabu Garu, Ram Kaulinya Garu, Venkatram Vasantwada Garu,
Rajendra Velagala Garu, Rupendra Singh Garu, to please come. Also Rishi Patani Garu, who is the CSR Head of Advanta, to please come and light the lamp. I request Dr. Daluri Garu to please present on the ECO's journey for 5 years, and we'll go ahead with the unveiling of the brochure as well.
Distinguished guests for the event, Professor E. Haribabu Garu, former Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, and Dr. Ram Kaundinya Garu, who is a tall personality in the industry who has contributed a lot, and other guests, and also my colleagues at ECO and friends. So we have decided to have this event on the occasion of completion of ECO 5 years journey as a formal entity. But so ECO has a history of over 2 decades actually. It was in the early 2000s, 2003 and 4. That was the period when the decent work issues in the seed industry, particularly the issue of child labor in the hybrid cotton seed production, took the media headlines globally. So as a response to address that issue, this initiative was started in the early 2000s, and I'm very happy to see that Dr. Kaundinya Garu, actually he took initiative from the seed industry at that point of time, and from NGOs and research institutes side, we took the initiative, and we collaborated to address that particular issue. And actually, so over 15 years actually, so that initiative continued as an informal body, CCP. It was earlier named as a CCP, and actually we decided to give a formal structure to the initiative to have a greater impact and a formalized, organized activities, and decided to have ECO to start ECO as a formal body in 2019 actually. So, yeah. So if you look at last 5 years, the activities of ECO, see, actually it began in 2019, and immediately after formation of the ECO, actually it was a COVID, and actually first 1.5 years, 2 years actually. So we had, our activities were greatly impacted by the COVID, and first year we could able to only focus on strengthening the formal structures. We try to create structures at field locations actually. So in all seed production locations, so we have ECO regional committees we have formed, and so who are the team members who had to take field level activities at seed production locations. We try to focus on strengthening the regional committees and local structures to help to address the agenda of the ECO. And in the second year, so we could able to focus on formulating the protocols and also actually the audit protocols for child labor, and also try to have some documents in place actually. So in the third year actually, so it was a turning point for ECO because after the issue of child labor, because with the collaborative and concerted efforts, so there was a significant improvement in the sector, though the issue is still alive, and but there was a significant impact. And after the child labor issue, again, so actually we had to shift our focus on the minimum wages compliance issue, because that is very burning topic now. And so in third year, we try to focus on starting the pilot programs to address the minimum wage compliance issue in corn and also in the vegetable sector. So in the vegetable sector, actually, we try to collaborate with the WISH. There is a WISH project which was supported by Netherlands government, and there are BASF and Syngenta who are formal members of that initiative, and ECO tried to collaborate with WISH and also started a separate initiative in corn industry. So that was the focus on the third year. And fourth year, actually, we try to give more visibility to the organization by actually preparing the position papers on various issues, and also we started launched a website in the fourth year. So, and in the present year, that is fifth year, actually it is we try to shift our focus more on actually expanding the body and including more industry members and also NGOs actually. So there are that process is yet to be completed in next 1-2 months time. So actually the formal members of the seed company, there will be more seed companies who are joining as a formal members, and also NGOs who are going to take as a formal members in the body. So that is the process is still going on. And actually, if you look at the last 5 years, our activities, actually, I personally, as a researcher, personally have a mixed feeling, and actually, so we have the several issues cropping up in the field, and actually, with the greater agenda of ECO, so we are able to, we are struggling to push the agenda in the field locations actually. At ECO, we are also having challenges to take the agenda forward because actually there is a slight decline of the commitment of the seed companies we observed in recent years. On the other side, we have a complex issues with regard to the minimum wages at field level cropping up, and with the slight decline of the commitment actually, and also the non-member companies who are non-serious about taking the agenda forward in the field locations. We are having the struggle, challenges to take the agenda forward, and actually we need the strong commitment from the seed companies, because the decline of the commitment is reflected at field implementation level. So there actually we need to strengthen our efforts, because unless we do something at field location, and we need to collaborate, because these are the issues which require the collaborative and concerted efforts. And actually we also had a similar experience when we started with the child labor way back 15-20 years, and now we have a similar issue of the wages, and here also we need to struggle, and we need to take the issue seriously and try to have the serious implementation and collaboration at field locations actually. So I would request all the member companies so to pay more attention for the activities and programs implemented at field location actually. So thank you, and I would like to take this opportunity to make announcement that so our colleague UVL Ananda East-West seats actually. So she is going to be the new president for the forum, and the next 3 years she is going to head the ECO organization, and I thank Ananda for accepting our proposal, and so we look forward for our leadership for the program. Thank you. Now, actually, we will have a brochure release, and I would request.
May I request the eminent panelists, Dr. Haribabu Garu, Ram Kaundinya Garu, Venkat Garu, and Rajendra Velagal Garu, Dr. Rupendra Singh, to please come onto the dais, and also Rishi Patani from CSR Advanta. And I request colleagues, all of us from the founding members. Also, may I request Dr. Suresh of Solidaridad, Mr. Ranjit Prakash, ILO, Bikram Garu from BASF, and Saikat, Matthew, Madhav, Pushparaj, Pramod Kulkarni Garu, all of them to please come onto the dais. We'll collectively unveil the Subhadra. Please join us. Virupaksha Garu, please come. We'll unveil the brochure and take a picture. May I request the panelists to please stay on the dais. So welcome to this plenary, which is titled Echoing Change, Promoting Decent Work Standard in Seed Supply Chain. So we are joined here with a distinguished panel. We are lucky that we have their experience that we can listen to, and their commitment in transforming the seed industry to ethical practices and sustainable standards. So today's discussion, we are set to address, of course, the complex challenges as we have already discussed. Can we use this opportunity to explore something innovative, any way forward that we all can adopt or implement in our respective areas is what should be our ambition and aspiration today. So I'm sure our collective experience in this room, which spans almost 2 decades, I'm sure should be able to help us to find some good solutions and be a key for advancing our standards as well. So a short introduction of all the eminent guests we have. Professor Haribabu Garu, who is Pro Vice Chancellor of University of Hyderabad. So he has held many academic positions, and he was also the Vice Chancellor in charge for the University of Hyderabad. He was a Pro-Vice Chancellor. He was a Dean School of Social Sciences. He was a Gent Professor in International Programs for University of Iowa City in 2012, and Adjunct Senior Fellow Research and Irrigation Systems, Information Systems for Developing Countries in New Delhi to 2016. He has a PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, and he is MA from C. Venkateshwara University. So we are very lucky to have him here. Thank you, sir, for making time to be here with us. Ram Kaundinya Garu is the advisor for FSII, has vast experience in the seed industry, and he is an expert in the field of management, especially in the business of agriculture, and has a total corporate experience of over 3.5 decades in very senior positions. He's also an author. He's into he's a strategic management consultant, teacher, and a policy analyst in India. Undergraduate in agricultural sciences from Andhra Pradesh Agricultural University, and postgraduate diploma in management with specialization in agriculture from the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He's worked in the industry for 22 years with the big guys like the Haste and Cinamid, and last assignment was the managing director of Cinamid Agro in seed industry in 2001, and also worked with Emergent Genetics and Advanta as the managing director. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. A short introduction of Mr. Rajendra Velgala. He's a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture from Andhra Pradesh Agricultural University, Hyderabad, and a Master of Science in Agronomy with a specialization in wheat science from Montana State University in the United States. With a career spanning 29 years, Rajendra Garu has navigated through diverse roles to BASF. Notably, he has held positions of Business Director for Agricultural Solutions in South Asia for 8 years and over 1.5 years as a Regional Head of Marketing and Sales for Vegetable Seeds Asia Pacific, and he's also the Managing Director for NANEMS India. Beyond his role, he has extended his contributions as chairman of CropLife India during 2019 and 2020. He was also the board of BASF Lanka and continues to be on board of NANAMS India. So we have Dr. Thank you for coming here. Dr. Venkatram Vasantwada, he has 32 years of work experience in best-in-class MNCs and large Indian corporates across Asia and Africa, including DuPont, Pioneer, Monsanto, Advanta UPL, Deepak Fertilizers, and Petrochemical Corporations Limited, VST Industries, Voltas, Real Value Appliances. His diverse industry experience includes agriculture inputs, FMCG, durables, and telecom in the areas of operations, management, strategic planning, and business development. So he successfully built and managed commercial organizations with sustained growth in revenue, profitability, market share gains, and geographical expansion. So thank you very much for coming here. And we have Dr. Rupen Singh from Bayer Bioscience as a director. In the seeds agriculture industry, is a veteran with nearly 3 decades of experience leading seed supply chain operations across multiple crops and countries in the Asia Pacific region. He played a key role in transforming hybrid rice seed production for Bayer and the industry by driving strategic initiatives and building a strong operational framework. He served on the India Seed Management Committee, APAC Regional Seed Management Team, and various crop teams, providing strategic direction and leadership to cross-functional teams at Bayer. Currently, he is a whole-time director on the board of Bayer Bioscience Private Limited, India, and leading mechanization, yield improvement, expansion efforts for Bayer in Asia. Thank you all for coming. May I request Ram Konya Garu to please set the context, and we would be happy to listen to you, sir.
Okay. So thank you, Ananda Garu and also Davulur Garu for inviting me here today. And I remember that I was also there in the inaugural session, I think, when you started ECO. And it has been a continuous journey. ECO is a more formal organization now, but I think at an informal level, we have been working on some of the issues like Davulurgar mentioned work. So it's, in this hall, all those who are committed are already in this hall. All those who are not committed are not in this hall, mostly, right? So we are actually preaching the converted here. So to that extent, it is actually the difficulty is outside this hall, not in this hall. The difficulty is with the large number of companies who operate in this space. As you know, we have more than 400 companies in the country, and maybe around 45-50 companies would show a little bit of commitment. Some of them may be more committed than others. I think it's a matter of trying to create that critical mass in the effort, in the movement that we have to really discuss today, that how do we create that movement where people don't treat this just as good to have type of a thing, but they must treat it as a compulsory thing to do. As we know that sustainable supply chains is becoming more and more important in the global markets. India wants to increase agricultural exports or double agricultural exports from today's $50 billion to $100 billion very soon. You can't have agricultural exports, especially to some of the European and US-based companies, food companies, who when they source agricultural produce from India, they will look at how sustainable has been the supply chain of the entire agricultural production, which starts with seed. So if your seed is not produced in a sustainable way, and sustainable will also cover the entire gamut of practices in the field, but also practices like labor management, and then emissions, and then various things are counted in that. So I think the seed industry also has to understand that if they don't meet up with these standards, the further down the value chain, they will have problems. So because the value chain starts with seed, and so seed is the first thing that tomorrow the food companies will ask, that how sustainable is your seed production. I think from that point of view, the importance I need not overemphasize, but I want to mention a couple of things. That cotton is one of the big crops on which a lot of labor is used, and cotton has been under price control for a long time now. Cotton seed companies have actually got all the profits squeezed out because of the price control and increasing cost of production. That is an area which, if you talk to any cotton seed company, they will talk about that. So I think that is something which we need to also keep in mind. And the labor shortage in the field is also there for many companies and farmers. Labor shortage is a real issue. Labor costs have gone up so much, and wages are always, or any cost is a function of supply and demand. So during certain parts of the season, there will be high cost because of the availability versus demand. But certain parts of the season where you have more supply than demand, there will be a situation where the farmers, because ultimately the farmer, the seed grower, who is actually employing the labor, and how he is actually negotiating at that level, I think we need to look at that. But there are also other issues on which we need to look at, policy issues, for example. And secondly, I would also think that we are operating in a highly, I won't call it unprofessional, but it is not a very professionalized system of seed production. Currently, what we are operating is a very large part of it is still is informal. And data and capturing data, using digital tools, and using blockchain technology to actually keep track of everything from the field till it comes, is still at very early stages. I think one of the things we should also discuss today is that how do we improve this entire value chain or supply chain at the moment we are talking about through digital tools. Is there something we can achieve more through digital tools than what we could achieve so far in the last 20 years? If we are able to track each field and each production, each kilo much better, and then what goes into that? The traceability system which we are talking about, for example, seed is now coming under a traceability system, right? And government wants to introduce it also. When traceability comes, then will you trace also some of these aspects? Will it come under a better control? I think some of these aspects we need to discuss today. But there is no doubt that it's a very important aspect. Industry also has to be more committed and actually has to show
Right,
action.
and government wants to introduce it also.
And
When traceability comes, then will you trace
and
also some of these aspects? Will it come under a better control? I think some of these aspects we need to discuss
those
today.
are a few opening comments.
But there is no doubt that it's a very important aspect. Industry also has to be more committed and actually has to show
Right,
action.
and
government wants to introduce.
So taking a cue from what Ramgaru has said about policy interventions, how do you see what are the steps that we need to take in order to make this happen together as industry?
Thank you, Ananda. Thank you, Davluri Garu. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a honor. It's a honor to be here today. At the outset, it's always inspiring to hear Kaundinya sir about his insights, not just into any subject what you hear from him. There is a very insightful conversation with him.
So I'll talk more about my association with him slightly later. Before that, let me talk about today. This platform, what ECO has set up. This is an excellent example. This, in fact, is an excellent example of collective commitment to foster ethical and sustainable seed supply chain. I'm very grateful to ECO for the dedication as well as this whole mission of uniting diverse voices. I think Kauninya said in his message that it's important that we act in unison, and that's where we are able to bring in that change, and then that change becomes a moment. I also want to share some personal experience of mine in this specific area from a slightly different industry, but very relevant to what we are discussing as well. I come from an chemical industry. I've been there for the last 29 years. In fact, Kaunli hired me while he was in Sinamid, and last 29 years have been in Sinamid and BASF. And in the ag industry, one of the challenges what we face is the unintended usage of exposure of the agrochemicals and the consequences thereof. It's a difficult topic, and many agchem companies kind of brush it aside, but there are very good agchem companies and good associations like CropLife which don't do it. And they do the difficult things, but they do the right things. I was a chairman of CropLife, and I can share some very personal experience from that time. And we as an association as CropLife and as member companies of CropLife, we spend a lot of time in terms of educating the farmers about ensuring the agrochemicals are responsibly used. And the positive side of it is, while it's a very difficult journey, it's almost like if I have to kind of mention about it, you kind of get onto our city streets, you kind of continue to educate what is the importance of wearing a helmet, but end of the day, many of the people kind of wear only for the traffic police. And it's all about bringing about those behavioral changes, and it takes time. It's all about starting that ripple and then continue to work for a longer period of time till such time it becomes a movement. And when you do these difficult things and when you do these things which are right, over a period of time what happens is you create that goodwill and you do what is right for Indian agriculture. I can give you an example in here. As a CropLife, because of what we do in the areas of stewardship, we always had very high regards by the government, and it also opens the doors for you. And during one of the meetings with very senior bureaucrats of the industry, we kind of went there and proposed, why don't we evaluate drones? Why don't, this is going to kind of not just create employment, but also ensure responsible use of agrochemicals will go to the next level. And the government saw a value in it, and from there a movement kind of started, and today what you are seeing in drones is a very small ripple what was created a few years back by CropLife and its member companies. And for me, if I look back, this is about doing the right things, doing the difficult things, but it is what makes Indian agriculture more resilient, and this is what makes us as companies to be more successful in the long run. This is on the stewardship side of it. I also want to talk a little bit a bigger picture in terms of, let's look at what's happening in our economy. Today, we have been very lucky. We saw our country already touching the number 5 in terms of global economy, and we are already crossed 3 trillion. In fact, we have a 3.5 trillion, and we are expected to add another 3.5 trillion over next 7 years. You look at the scale of it. It took 75 years for us as a country to add 3.5 trillion. It takes another 7 years to add what happened in the last 75 years. What it's going to do? It's going to change tremendously the disposable income, and it's going to change disposable income not just in urban India as well as rural India. And of course there would be 60 crores of Indians living in the urban India, and information access would also lead to what I call as wellization. This is where the nutritional requirements of the country needs to be taken care, and this is where I also see we as seed companies have a very important role in terms of not just taking care of the nutritional requirements of the country, but also play a role in terms of uplifting the lives of the farmers as well as the farm workers who are engaged into this,
and who have a significant role in terms of uplifting the rural economy. And I think if we have to ensure as a country we are successful and be at a world number 3 in terms of economy, what happens in rural India is equally important, and that's where I kind of see we as seed companies not just important in terms of taking care of nutritional requirements, but also in terms of ensuring the lives of the people who are engaged in it are addressed, so that we as an economy are more resilient and reach to a level where we are number 3 in the world. These efforts, Kaundini mentioned and Ananda Garu also mentioned, and Davluri Garu also mentioned at the beginning. These efforts, can't be addressed in an isolated way. And these are the efforts which needs a very systematic approach in terms of addressing it. This is where I acknowledge the role of ECO in terms of bringing all these diverse views together and having a common vision. Our view has to be more looking at the root cause, not just addressing the symptoms, but actually going into the root cause. If you look at the root cause, Kaundini Garu broadly touched upon it, whether it is addressing poverty, whether it is addressing education infrastructure, or whether it is addressing the labor loss at a farm level. I want to share our own example in terms of what we are doing at a company level. As I mentioned, I've been with BASF NANEMS for last 29 years, in the vegetable seeds for about last 1 year. What I see in our company is a shared belief that business must be at the forefront to promote decent work standards. And it's not a responsibility. We see it as setting benchmarks for sustainability, equity, as well as human dignity. We are doing our best in terms of it in NANEMS in India. I want to give a commitment, and I also want to share some examples of this commitment. In fact, last year we took one step further in terms of completely digitizing our overall assessments. We have very rigorous audits which are happening. The audits are happening internally. We are also using auditors externally, but the whole approach is digitizing this whole approach. And in addition to that, we're also working, Davluri Garu mentioned about it, we're also working on a multi-stakeholder collaboration project along with the government of Netherlands. The project is called as WISH. This project is aimed at addressing the wage disparity, and though very early, we kind of see positive results. Again, this is about starting the change management, and we are seeing very positive direction in that. Before I close, I would like to kind of borrow ECO's mantra, which is children should be in the schools, not on the farms. And today let us pledge to do this difficult thing, but do which is right for the country, which would ensure we as a country are successful, and we as companies would be successful in the process. Thank you all, and I look forward to working with all of you and making this vision of ECO successful. Really appreciate having me over here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rajendra Veligal Garu. Basically, we are also looking at established standards like in crop life. We are also going through many pilots and hope that together we will also be able to establish standards that can be replicated by member companies as well. So thank you so much for your perspective. May I request Dr. Rupendra Singh to please give your perspective from Bayer. What are your initiatives that you're doing currently?
First of all, I would like to thank to ECO, Ananda and Davluri Garu for organizing this event, and it's an extreme pleasure and honor to be here. My fellow panelists and my industry co-workers, is although the role of seed industry in empowering the rural it has a very great impact, but I say that it's not so much recognized, because as Ram Sari said, we are not a very formal kind of a sector. It's a informal or formal between we are doing it. The seed industry is playing a very vital role for boosting the rural employment. Generally, everybody knows the seed production is required almost double of the labor. It's generating the huge employment in the rural, and especially for the rural women. Second is, as the seed production is close to 50% more profitable than this counter crop of seasonal. Is giving a good sizable kitty of amount to the farmers to be spent on their farm, and also the share of that is going to their workers. Second is, as the seed production industry is exposed to the farmer for the advanced technologies, give them a training for better agronomy management, better crop management by keeping the overseed production yield high. This is the techniques is not helping us to keep only the seed production is high. This is also helping for the other crop management, other farm management to keep their productivity high. And it's very much evidence in the wherever the seed production is started, three decade back or 4 decade back. You go to the village, their prosperity is very well visible that yes, this village is a different. It's come from the seed production background. The challenges is also there. As I copy again the Ram sir is told, the commitment for the human rights or child labor is not within the room. It's much more bigger is outside the room. And it's not only the seed industry, because seed industry is just like 2 to 5%. Over 95% is still the commercial cultivation is happening, right? Where is it? No control is there. So it's more economic issues can be solved very easily, but the social issues take gradual time. And I remember when we have implemented this child care program in back in 2006 and 2007, that was the great resistance was coming up. But with the time, because it's a social issues, nowadays I think so the child labor is becoming the things of past. We may be entering into a new one, that a labor shortage is a new phenomenon is coming up. We may be face a challenge in upcoming days, not the child labor, maybe the old age labors. Because the new labor, nobody want to become in agriculture. Only the old people is continue. Maybe face the next challenge would come. The buyer is like very much committed, as other distinguished companies are also is there, that we are very much fully committed. Like child care program, we are running it successfully, even though we are no more in the cotton business. Actually just started in the cotton. We have divested the cotton, but still with the full commitment, we are still running the child care program. We are generating the awareness. We are not finding any child labor. We are doing a periodic audit. Going forward for this, the wages implementation, actually is post-COVID is a scenario I will say is a little bit changed. Nowadays is like labor wages is much more decent. In most of the areas they are already over and above the minimum wages fixed by the government. Post-COVID. Pre-COVID that might be because a lot of people has been shifted for other jobs. So labor scarcity is also helping to be maintain that one to the minimum wages for that one. We still at Bayer, we are fully committed. We do either like a periodic health check in our all the geographies to be keep a tap on eye. Most of the farmers is advised to be maintain kind of a labor register. We do a audit kind of a thing. That to be have a health check if some issues it should not be go up for that. We are supporting our farming community. We are supporting our labor community by providing their awareness, by training for the health and safety use, especially for the young girls and women for their hygiene, making the training in the school for maintaining and supporting them to maintain their hygiene and how to be maintaining their cycle where the young girls is going on for that. Training our workers for safety, because safety is also not a cost, is an investment to be keep our farm, not only farm, our society safe for that point of view. So we are fully committed, and to this noble cause, sir, and would like to congratulate you to completing the 5 year, and happy to know that you have the 5th year. The eco is taking to be spread the base. The more and more people is coming up, because jointly we have to be. If going to the rural, it will be a more louder voice, not to be make our farm safe, our farm more productive, looking all the stakeholder interests with the farmer, with the organization, with the labor, all the stakeholders should be prosperous. And I think the collaboration is the right approach. When the more and more industry will join for this noble cause, I think we can make it very much successful. As child labor is made, the fair wages, minimum wages also, it will be going to be very much success. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, Dr. Upendra. Can I request Professor Hari Babu Garu, as an academician, how do you view this problem? And we would be very keen to hear your point of view.
Good morning to all of you. Dr. Kaundinya and Dr. Ananda, President of ECO, and other distinguished panelists. I come from an academic background, so I would like to start this brief presentation with a recognition that when you talk of workers, when you talk of wages, I think we should also see that workers are not merely wage earners, they are persons. Persons in the sense they have a dignity, they have a self-esteem, and I think it should be recognized. So Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of the UN, 1948 says, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason. I'm sure everybody is endowed with reason, who can logically think, and conscience, and should act towards one another in spirit of brotherhood. Article 23 of this declaration says, everyone has a right to work, to free choice of employment, to just and favorable conditions of work, and to protection against unemployment. Everyone, without any discrimination, has a right to equal pay and for equal work. So I think these are very, very important articles that one should keep in mind. And India is a signatory to this Human Rights Declaration of the UN. And it's very, very important. And when we talk of corporate social responsibility, I think social responsibility of the industry, both it has a social responsibility internally to its employees, to its workers, and also social responsibility to the outside world. In the sense, one can think in terms of environmental responsibility, ethical responsibility, philanthropic responsibility, and economic responsibility. So I think, see, today, in today's context, industry is not what it was 50 years ago, 60 years ago. It's part of the society, and people are also they become more enlightened. They keep asking questions. I think one should respond to these questions. So I think what I'm going to say is, let me give an example to contextualize these kind of principles. Let's look at the rice industry, hybrid rice industry, hybrid seed production in India. See, Telangana accounts for 80% of all hybrid rice seed production, right? So there are research studies which indicate this, and there are both private sector and public sector are involved in producing this hybrid seed. For example, ICAR has its own program of hybrid seed production, and several companies are involved in this hybrid seed production, right? So the question is, then we come to the title of this discussion today is role of business in promoting decent work standards, right? So what are the decent work standards that we can, what are the components of these decent work standards? See, for example, in an industry, both employers and the employees are accountable to each other. The employee must put in a quality work according to the expectation of the employer, and the employer also is responsible for the worker in terms of paying fair wages, and also in terms of taking care of their protecting them against risks, providing safety, making the working environment safe and favorable to working workers, right? And beyond this, the industry also has accountability to society at large, right? So, for example, that's why we moved from, when we talk of technology, we moved from technology regulation, which is state-sponsored regulatory mechanisms, to technology governance, right? Technology governance basically involves several stakeholders, which is, of course, industry, workers, community around this industry, government regulatory mechanisms, and civil society organizations like ECO. They are very, very significant part of this stakeholders groups. And see, regulation basically meant a state kind of a controlled regulation. We moved to technology governance, as Dr. Kaundinya and other speakers said. You can resolve economic issues like wages and so on, but social issues are difficult to resolve. It is for this reason we must have a multi-stakeholder engagement in looking at these issues. And it's very, very important. We should also know, we should also understand that technology is not a disembodied artifact. It is produced in a social, economic, political context, and also it operates in a social, cultural, political, economic context. And that is why this multi-stakeholder participation is very, very important in technology development and acceptance. We have seen how the whole debate on BT Brinjal went on, and the industry was ready to introduce commercially, but there were several groups which had reservations about it. Basically, there are issues related to their interests, their meanings. Social groups interpret technologies from the point of view of their interests, their meanings. Whether it really serves their interest or not, whether it's safe or not, whether it is, what are the kind of issues that people are going to face if a particular BT Brinjal is consumed over a long time. These issues are very, very important. That's why we have a moratorium on BT Brinjal, right? Of course, recently the government allowed field testing of mustard, GM mustard. And so that's why today's scientific issues have become public issues. They're brought into public arena for discussion. People are asking questions. That's why you must have some kind of stakeholder participation in resolving these issues. And so that technology becomes acceptable, technology becomes socially acceptable, and industry will only gain by engaging with these stakeholders, right? Otherwise, what's the point? If you develop a technology and it's not accepted, so industry invests a lot of money and it doesn't see the technological product doesn't see the light of the day. So I think it's extremely important to understand that industry in today's context is very, very different. It's differently placed in the societal context. As I said, supply chains, when you talk of it, they are not only local within the country, but also you have, in terms of exports, you have to have a supply chain which people are going to look at it from other countries. And that's why at all levels, the supply chains must be ethical, and they should follow ethical principles, whether the kind of activities they're engaged in are ethical or not, whether really they are environmentally sustainable, and whether they are, I would say whether they are climate resilient technologies. Climate change is an important issue today. And these are the issues which we should debate, we should discuss, and industry must be part of this, and all the stakeholders must also participate in this kind of deliberations. So then I think there will be some kind of, see, industry is not separate from society, right? It's very much part of society, economy, culture, and earlier conceptions of industry are changing. It's no longer an isolated entity trying to produce something which is introduced to market and people are supposed to consume whatever is produced. But people are asked questions about these products, right? In terms of safety, in terms of whether or not it serves their interests, whether it's compatible with their meaning systems or not. These are extremely important social issues which one has to look into when we really look at supply chains and the kind of things that move in the supply chain, including seeds. So I think it is in this context, there must be interlocutors like ECO and academicians, and everybody should participate in these debates and discussions so that we create a society where technological decisions are not, are also, people take part in arriving technological decisions, right? So I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Yes, great points there. And yes, increasingly, I think in the last 2 decades, we have seen all of us have spoken about digitization in capturing the details of our supply chain, monitoring whenever we are doing. I think technology has played a great role, and we see that it will become an enabler going forward as well. And a great point about multi-stakeholder consultations, which we should actively do, involve several stakeholders in creating solutions which are acceptable for both. Thank you so much, Professor. May I request Dr. Venkat Garu to please tell us about the initiatives and about his involvement with these initiatives.
Good morning, everyone. Greetings to Kaundinya sir, Professor Hari Rao Garu, Professor Hari Babu Garu, my industry colleagues Rajendra, Rupender, and Ananda. First of all, congratulations. I'm not seeing Venkateshwar Garu here, but congratulations to ECO for completing the 5 years. Seedworks has the pleasure of, being a member and working very actively, in furthering some of the causes which ECO is driving. So one of the things which at least I was observing since the time we were a part of the ECO Forum Seedworks, and this was a point which was alluded by even Ram sir, we have all been talking to each other. The group which I see here is the group which always meets, and this is one of the biggest challenges. And within the group also, there will be some couple of people from the same company who are coming. Now, this is the biggest challenge which at least I see. How do you take this movement to the field level? If I see the profile of the companies, either they are multinational companies or either they are companies which have been invested by private equity, and there is certain mandate somewhere, some bit of, what one has to say, self-drive from either the CEO or the leadership of the company saying that we will do the right things. Now, how do we address this challenge is one of the important topics, because most of the things which we are trying to talk are the ones which anyway we are doing. And let me tell you, I think Mr. Davluri and team have been very, very persuasive, and at least they got some companies who have a common thinking process to address some of these challenges. But let me tell you, at least if I have to accept it, we have all failed in mobilizing our industry colleagues. UVL is on the board of FSAI. I am also on the board of FSAI. We keep talking about it, but within the industry fraternity, I have not seen people jumping in and say, hey, I want to work with you on this. So one of the biggest challenges which we would experience is, if we don't mobilize an enough critical mass to this movement, I think most of this will be only these few companies, doing things the right way, and probably the impact which we would like to see would not be visible in the scale and in the manner in which we want to see. So, and this is not a challenge of ECO Forum, or this is not a challenge of Mr. Davluri. The challenge goes to all of us who are part of our own industry associations to at least cajole, convince, persuade, whichever way it takes, to invite them, participate, and then, let them also join this. Now, there are other ways to, also do it, but, some of those things will not actually make any sense, and it would not be a good thing. So I think that is one aspect which we should definitely, do it, and we all have to actually take it up. In fact, if I look at it, I think this mail would have gone to many members. And I think this is the attendance, which we have got. So that is one of the biggest challenges. The other challenges, anyway, I think everybody has spoken about. I will also speak about it. I will also talk about, the steps what Seedworks is actually taking it, or, the processes what we are going through. But I think if we don't address that challenge, this is, and, just picking up to what my colleague Rajendra was talking about, between the crop protection and the seed industry, there is a subtle nonsense. How did the whole crop protection industry evolve? I mean, it evolved more at a factory level, so some of those minimum requirements or the decent work conditions as they evolved were kind of mandated, and it kind of trickled down to every level. And even when they talk about an integrated pest management, residues and all, they all actually came in because there are also end consumers and there is some diktat which is there. I don't know whether it is fortunately or unfortunately, the seed industry, the way it evolved was completely at a different. It evolved actually from a farm, and then today, thanks to large companies picking up smaller seed companies, there is a lot of professionalism, there are good practices and all. So the way the whole industry evolved between both of them was very different. And then that is where, the challenge also kind of lies. There is also no diktat, there is no mandate. In the absence of that, what is typically happening is, take the case of cotton. We are also one of the biggest cotton companies. There is no participation of any MNC in cotton companies. Now it has been the last company which was there also, has hived off its asset to a local company. So now the whole cotton business is controlled largely by domestic companies, and they are doing it. And typically, there were challenges, they were trying to problem solve, there might be commercial aspects of it or whatever it is. So the benchmarking, the best practices started getting diluted. I mean, Dr. Davluri was actually very kind with his words when he said that there is a small decline. No, there is not small decline. Some of us who work in cotton day in and day out, they know that there has been a sharp decline. Sharp decline in benchmarks and standards of what you will try to emulate. Now, what would typically happen is in an ecosystem in which you are operating, if there are a couple of companies who are addressing all those issues which are societal issues, and there is a majority of the companies which are not addressing, it is a very unequitable distribution, because at the end of the day, organizations also have a commercial purpose in which they operate. I mean, in terms of the practices, and all of these good practices, also there is a cost element to it. And cost, and then the whole viability of the operation. So I think that is one of the biggest challenges, that how do we mobilize more and more companies. And many a times I had conversations with Davluri Garu. I said, why don't I see large domestic Indian companies into this forum? Why don't they participate? I mean, this is a joint issue which we are all addressing. So I think let us take a resolve that we will keep pushing this agenda in our respective associations, in our respective groups, and all of that, to mobilize more and more people so that newer people can come, and then that is the way we can actually kind of, create an impact. So that is one point which I just wanted to leave with you. Again, it is not for all of you, it is for all of us, because that is something which we have not been able to do it rightly. And even within the ESG piece, people have jumped on to the E part of it for multiple reasons. You optimize your resources, it also helps you, probably, ensuring that your operations are sustainable, and then also, there are other incentives to it and stuff like that. The G part is mandated because most of the companies have to appropriate the G part in some way or the other. The S word in the ESG is all left out. And I think, as Mr. Professor Haribabu was also talking about, the S, which is more complex, it is also a cultural change to some extent, and it is also, we are addressing an ecosystem which is far beyond, is something which, has not been taken up very, very seriously, because these two are very tangible, visible. So people thought that, okay, we will address these two issues very quickly, because there are also diktats, there are other issues in which their operations can also suffer. The silent S part, which I think ECO is trying to champion, is one of the bigger issues which we are struggling with. And I think the topic here was a decent workplace. There are 5 elements at least in Seedworks which we have taken what defines a decent workplace or decent work standards. Definitely child labor is one bigger issue which we are all grappling with. And I think we try to digitize, we try to do audits. And as a company, we have also been pretty open. And Davluri Garu did his independent audit and he said, look, while you are saying what you are saying, I appreciate all the initiatives, but still there is a room for improvement, and these are some of those gaps which we have found. And I think at a leadership level, Raja leads our supply chain. We have accepted that. We have invited him to be a part, and then we said, we will now do third-party audits which are independent. Because see, the menace of child labor, menace is a very strong word, because if some of you have read, economics, the farmers, more hands actually give him more income. The way we will interpret a child labor versus the way they would interpret. So how do we convince him? How do we kind of persuade them? And what are the alternatives which we can give if the child is actually not coming to the labor? How do we facilitate his, education and stuff like that? So that is one of the issues which I think we were trying to address. We said stop child labor will not, make any sense. Where do you deploy the child? Does the farmer have an access to giving the child his education? Can there be any support in that regard? So I think we have to go back and address the fundamental issue that why a farmer is bringing his child to the farm. What is the underlying thoughts which are there with him? So I think at that level, if we try to work out, probably we will then have a more foolproof solution where the farmer will take an ownership. There are some slides and all which, for paucity of time, we would not play. But we have actually made a film also about, how we were trying to facilitate the education of the children. Then we had testimonials. And now ECO actually conducts a third-party audit on the child labors so that we get a feedback not from our team members saying that we have ticked this box, but from a third-party perspective. The second one, fair wages, is a very, very complex topic, and I think there is a discussion after this between minimum wages and fair wages. And like my colleague, Mr. Rupinder was saying, because of the issue of the labor and all, probably the wages would have gone beyond whatever it is. But I think, Rupinder, the problem is not there. We really don't know, because while we make payments to the farmers directly and all, the deployment of the labor and the wages, yes. At a very high level, we know that the wages have shot through the roof and the kind of monies which we are paying for growing the same seed has gone up. But still, we are not 100% sure about, the fair wages, the minimum wage. So this is a slightly more complex topic. And honestly speaking, I don't have a solution on how do we go and address this. What kind of an audit mechanism will help us to ensure that whether they are getting a fair wages or a minimum wages, because also the number of hours which they put in, and what is it. So I think this forum, while we are also working as part of the WISH project and all, we should figure out what is the mechanism on which we can, first of all, define the fair wages, and how do we go and execute about it or kind of do those audits around those fair wages, because it's a complex topic. Because the process what we all follow while we produce the seed is slightly different, and all of us, if you put your hand to the heart, we will not have any visibility of how much is actually being paid at every farm, at every level. The WISH project is trying to address that, so let us look at it. The third one is obviously, empowerment of women. Women empowerment, bringing more women into, the seed production systems is an active program which, at least in Seedworks, we are tracking it. We also actually do separate programs around women, not in terms of the agronomy of growing a crop, but beyond that, in terms of beyond the crop and the other things largely to do with their personal life, including addressing the very sensitive topic of domestic violence, which women actually go through it. So we try to address it through a couple of, NGOs and all in a very subtle way, because that is something which does not come out. So empowerment of women is a third condition. And the last one, of course, is, the safe working conditions, and, talk about, the protection equipment which the farmers will use when they are actually going for spraying or related aspects. Then are you trying to, use something which is more eco-friendly in terms of sprayers, and most of the other things in terms of residue handling and also safe working conditions, empowerment of women, fair wages. I made an honest confession saying that it's a very complex topic. We'll have to figure it out. And then, the fourth one is empowerment one. So these are some of the issues which we are addressing. We also have enough material to tell us what we have been doing. We can always share it, in an appropriate forum. But thank you so much again to Davluri Garu, to Ananda, and to everyone at ECO for the opportunity. And we will continue collaborating and working very closely with ECO. And hopefully, at some point, probably this hall should not be enough. If everybody from the seed industry participates, we will have conferences in a bigger hall, and we will have more deliberations. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Venkat Garu. I would like to say that our tribe is slowly but firmly growing, and this time we are very happy to acknowledge the presence and participation from other members of the seed industry. We have Namdhari, colleagues from Namdhari here. We have colleagues from Mahiko, Indo-American, JK, Sai Surya Agrotech, Olam Spices. We'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Ram Babu Garu from NBSO Dutch Embassy here. Thank you for coming. And Dr. Suresh Motwani, who's come from Solidaridad all the way. So our tribe is growing. And I'm sure that going forward, each one of us will become ambassadors, and we'll make sure on a personal capacity we involve more members to come in and be excited, to take this initiative forward. So thank you so much, and my gratitude to all the panelists. We'd like to, give a memento. May I request Dr. Davluri Garu to please come on stage, and also Subhadra to please do us the honor of giving away a small memento to our esteemed speaker panel. All the the committee members, executive committee members, and also of our founding members, Rambab Garu, please come. Dr. Suresh Motwani, please come for a picture. Thank you so much. Dr. Satish, Vikram Garu, please come. Matthew, Saikat. Colleagues from Namdhari, please come. Ranjit from ILO. Ms. Ranjit. Mr. M.V. Bhaskar from M.V. Foundation. Please, Rishi from Advant, please come. We spent 5 minutes to take this picture. It's important to showcase all the members who are here. Please free to come join us for a picture. Pushparaj. Madhav, please Randi.
Can I request Viru sir to please come on the stage?
Yes, sir. I'm not hiding it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's better. Go ahead. That's fine. Huh? It's okay. I will stand.
We'll take a short tea break of 10 minutes. We don't have much time. We have to get on with our panel discussion next on a very interesting topic, decent wages in seed supply chain. So there is a tea break now of 10 minutes. Please reconvene back after 10 minutes into the hall, and it's nearly 12:05, maybe by 12:15. Please come back to the hall. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Ananda Garu and also Davuluri Garu for inviting me here today. And I remember that I was also there in the inaugural session, I think, when you started ECO. And it has been
Thank you. May I request all the participants to please reassemble back into the hall, please, and please be seated for the next session. Please settle down. May I request the panelists to please come onto the dais. The panel discussion is on the topic Seed Wages in Seed Supply Chain Way Forward. Mr. Ram Kaundinya, Dr. Suresh from Solidaridad, Mr. Ranjit Prakash from ILO, Dr. Davuluri Garu, Ms. Subhadra Gupta, she is the ECO Vice President. She will moderate the session. A short bio of Subhadra. Subhadra is the lead for sustainability in Syngenta's EMEA region, Africa, Middle East, Asia, Pacific regions. Okay. Okay. Subhadra is the lead for sustainability in Syngenta's EMEA region, Africa, Middle East and Asia Pacific region, and she is the Vice President at ECO. Prior to this, she worked extensively on labor rights, business and due diligence with the world's largest MSI multi-stakeholder initiative, Fair Labor Association, for 9 years. She firmly believes that a strict policy, social sustainability and human rights are the cornerstone of any business model and a way to a diverse, just and viable society. So she's been working on human rights, social justice and due diligence for the past 2 decades in various capacities and has been an advocate for inclusive development practices and focus on marginalized sections of the society, especially with women and vulnerable communities. She has authored a research book on women's participation and inclusion in governance and politics, and this study was based on the tribal belts of Northeast India, Bangladesh border. So Subhadra, may I request you to please chair the session.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Ananda. This is a very interesting and a very significant session for us because in the morning, as we heard that, we've talked about basically opening the Pandora box of looking into decent work standards. Now, this session is important and significant because we did talk about stakeholder engagement and collaboration. And today, as you see, here, I'm sitting here with distinguished panelists, and this is a pure, unique example of stakeholder engagement. We have panelists and experts from all walks of, and all sectors rather, and especially working in the agriculture industry. Now, looking into decent work and minimum wage compliance, well, I'm not really sure at this time, at this moment, whether I can really talk about living wage, because that's still, again, a journey that we really need to accomplish. But at the same time, looking into, if we may call it minimum wage compliance in the agriculture seed supply chain, let us look at the solutions and way forward to it. Now, I will definitely be introducing the distinguished panelists who are sitting with me. But before that, I would like to set a bit of a context. Decent work. Now, we all know that decent work is an important agenda in the Sustainable Development Goals. And it definitely leads us to a more inclusive economic growth. But what does decent work mean? And before I open this panel, I would also request that after the panel, this session would be more of interactive. I would really like participation from people sitting on the other side, because everybody sitting in this room has contributed to a great extent on decent work. So we will have an open Q&A session at the end of the panel. Now, the ILO defines decent work that is done in conditions of freedom, equity, security, and human dignity. It means employment that provides fair wages, safe working conditions, respect for basic workers' rights, and access to social protection and opportunities for career development. Now, if I talk about the 4 pillars of ILO decent work, I have my colleagues sitting from ILO too. It is promoting jobs and enterprises, guaranteed rights at work, including compensation. Compensation is nothing but looking into the wages. And today, when we are looking at wages, we are going to talk more into seeing what is it that is bringing those blocks and what is the way that we can bring those challenges. The third is extending social protection, and fourth is promoting social dialogue and gender cross-cutting theme. I'm very happy that today I did hear from one of our plenary session members who talked about gender equality. And I think it's important that a social dialogue like this is so very important in this industry. And this is one unique opportunity and unique platform for such a discussion. Now, we do know that there has been a period which is pre-COVID and post-COVID. We saw that COVID-19 pandemic has shown stark vulnerability of low-paid workers, and it did made plain consequences of economic vulnerability. And we might be very proud to say that we've been working 20 years on child labor eradication, but let me tell you, friends, that there are issues of child labor cropping up post-COVID also in the seed supply chain. Now, if we have to really look, and I did hear very interestingly today in the morning that some of the members said that, we are reaching to be the 5th in the world economy, but more than 1 billion people worldwide depend on agriculture, a country like India, where 45% workers are engaged in farm labor. And this field production is seen mostly the lowest paid sector. Now, what do we do about this? The new due diligence law, we all know the European new due diligence law is an eye-opener for the industry. At the same time, we really need to look into more stringent audits and more stringent assessments. Now, what do? We definitely look into establishing policy, identify, assess, and prioritize wage compliance, risk in the supply chain, and design and implement strategy. Now, let us hear what basically is going to be the strategy from our panelists. And to also conclude, before I start, is the by the way, Syngenta is also a part of the United Nations Global Compact, and I know many of the companies sitting here are also a part of UN Global Compact, and it's encouraging companies to promote and provide a decent wage as an essential aspect of decent work to ensure workers, families, and communities who can live in dignity. Well-paid workers are an integral part of profitable, sustainable, and resilient business. I repeat, a more resilient business. Now, I'm going to start my, introduction of my colleagues sitting here on the dais. I will start with, first with Dr. Suresh Motwani, and I would like to introduce him first. So Dr. Suresh Motwani is the head for Vegetable Oils Program at Solidaridad Asia region. He holds a PhD and a master's in agronomy and a postgraduate diploma in agri-marketing and management. He is a specialist in sustainable agriculture supply chains across various agro-commodities for the national as well as international markets. He has held many positions in the international and national organizations, focusing on the area of sustainable agriculture development, agri-value chains, agriculture research, seed supply chain, advanced extension mechanism using IoT, entrepreneurship and policy advocacy for more than 2 decades. Under his leadership, he is coordinating different sustainable agriculture development programs. He has taken lead in the role development of Indian Palm Oil Sustainability Framework, which is IPOS, and Indian Standard for Sustainable Soy. He's an expert also working on climate change, working with FPOs, entrepreneurship, nutrition, employment, generation, and women empowerment. He's actively engaged in various dialogues. He's also leading the India Sustainable Vegetable Oil Mission with key objectives to make India self-sufficient in vegetable oils. He's the Secretary General of Asian Palm Oil Alliance and co-chairman of IPOS Council. He's published many research papers in journal of national repute and presented paper in international conferences. And Solidaridad has also been a partner to Syngenta in the past, and it's a very big pleasure to have Dr. Suresh Motwani. I will go one by one, and I will now, want to ask Dr. Motwani 2 questions basically. Since he represents the larger CSO fraternity, he is from a very, very old known NGO, working for so many years. And today what we are talking about, I know Solidaridad maybe 15 years back or 20 years back have already initiated such initiative. So, Dr. Suresh, what is the role of CSOs in minimum wage compliance, despite the complexities and resistance that could be faced by an NGO? And today, the WISH project, as we all heard, is working. We cannot work without the NGOs. So we have the NGO at the ground who are implementing the project also along with the seed companies. So my first question to you, what is their role, complexities, resistance? And then I would go to the next question.
Sure. As we discussed in the morning session, the issue, agenda, what we are discussing is somehow connected with the social elements. So I am confident if we are going to be address the social elements, the social civil organization is a must. So role of the CSO is mandatory to be addressed to this agenda what we are discussing. If you allow, I can present some slides to be our work which will reflect our part here. Yeah?
Sure. Madhav, if you could please help us.
Maybe many of the peoples already know about the Solidaridad. I just thought I should present my organization, what we are doing since many years now in the sector, what we are discussing now on the sustainability agenda. We as an organization are the 55-year-old organization. We are working on the many countries in the globe. Essentially, we are known to the sustainable supply chain support organizations. When we say sustainability, it's not only about the environment, it's including all the social issues, environment issues, economical issues, legal issues, and the directions we work for the agriculture supply chain. We are known to be the founder of the Fair Trade, the first sustainability standards, and we are the part of the many other sustainability issues, agendas, standards, scorecards. We are working jointly with the many companies. Start from the roundtables, RSPO, RTRS, now the region agri or the national standards like ISSS or the IPOS or the MSPO or the ISPO. So we are known to be define, design and implement the pillars, the indicators, the criteria of the sustainability agenda. So when we talk about the labor agenda, social issue, pure waste, different type of the irregularities in the labor systems, the child labor. So we have some sort of the experiences already working with the many companies. So in the morning, I must congratulate the ECO, the such type of the initiatives they are doing since 5 years now, and willingness of the many companies to be work continuously on this agenda. So I must say we are the organization can support this ambitious plan to be work on this agenda. We work with the primarily producers, the labor associations also to address this agenda. Our organization is not limited to the work with the field. We also support the organization and the government to frame the appropriate policy for addressing these all agenda. I will be brief actually, I just allowed 4 to 5 minutes. So this is actually the critical slide you can see when we talk about the decent work. These are the 6 issues we have to be addressed based on our last 55 years experiences we see. We really do not have the many appropriate standards on the ground level. We have some guiding force, we have the guiding definitions. ILO is the benchmark for all of the initiative, but we really need to be form some basic standards for the local and regional need-based analysis. This unfair contracting or poor working condition is very well known to us. I'm not only talking about the India. The scenario is existing in the many part of the, especially in the Asia region where we are working together. And these issues are discussed actually. I just need to be highlight when we are going to be frame any policy. I'm expecting ECO in the coming months or the year had to be formed some sort of the sustainability standards to address these all agenda in the business ecosystem. So, and more important, when we talk about the seed, one of the speakers in the morning session suggests it's only 2% what we are addressing through this seed association, but the seed is the seed actually. Seed can generate the many percentage of the elements. So you can see the 7 sustainable development goals can be directly addressed by this 2% elements what we are discussing. And seed is connected to the all part of the supply chain. When we say agriculture supply chain, seed is the core. So what we are doing here going to be impact the all over the agriculture supply chain issues, including the labor and these agenda. Okay, I think I can. So we already part of the many of the companies to design, co-develop the programs. We work with the BASP closely for the program, with the Syngenta, with the EWS. We are the part of the program, and I will be happy to be discuss more how can we join hand for the further. We are also working with the ILO. As an organization, just the summarized slide I would like to be show. Otherwise, I will be more in the discussion. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So would we now talk about the question, Dr. Suresh? Yeah. So my question I would again repeat, what has been your role, as an organization in looking into, the minimum wage or looking into decent wage, as an issue across, especially, the seed industry or the agriculture industry? What has been your experience? And if there has been any resistance, how was the way forward to resolve that,
So see, when we are discussing this agenda, now we essentially have the 4 type of stakeholders. First is the farmers, the producers who are involved for these type of the labor initiatives. Second is the businesses. Third is the governments who form the policies, different regulations. And fourth is the CSO. So we do not expect from the farmers who are depend on the different type of the external pillars to be address the labor agenda. Labor agenda require the very fast support from the businesses, from the government to be implemented. It is not easy for businesses to be address these type of social agenda where the child labor or the minimum wage or the working environment for the women in the workplace. These are the tough issues when you are talking with the communities, we are talking with the local governments, especially the companies who deal in the business. So I see this is the social connect problem, and social organization, the NGOs can be the very well fitted to be addressed, to support, to mobilize the agenda. Then based on the all discussion, multi-stakeholder platforms, CSO can lead the policy framework, which can be ultimately government can be regulate. So in our organization, as a CSO, we are trying to develop these type of platforms, including the businesses. We already have some sort of the work together with the Syngenta also in the Latin America, and Africa also we are jointly working. In India also we are trying to develop these type of engagement with the businesses as a CSO.
Thank you so much. My next question to you would be, if you have experience, because today morning again, one of the challenges I heard from one of the speakers was documentation and monitoring. So would like to know from you that if there has been any experience on what can be the kind of tools that can actually go into monitoring and documenting wages, And also, the last part of this question would be your experience with farmer producer organizations, because I know that farmer producer organizations might be the next way forward also for the industry to engage with. So your experience in addressing this issue with the FPOs and any best practices in South Asia.
Sure. So based on our work experiences with the many organizations, with the many experiences, we see there's two pillars to be achieve the target what we are discussing here. One is the digitalization. Whatever the parameters, indicators, the minimum wage or the different criteria to select the labor, we have to be formulated in some type of the standards, some type of the framework, some type of the company scorecards. This could be all digitalized. We can suppose to be have the all payment system on the digital mode. These are the two experiences with our organization when we design some particular standards for the particular companies. All businesses or companies are not equal, I must say. We are following the agenda, but some of the companies, businesses are already ahead. They design their own scorecards. So these all need to be addressed through the digitalization, what we assume to be do through the different experiences. With APO, the Farmer Producer Organization, I must say this is the topic we should discuss in each and every these type of platforms. The India has the smallholder farming system. Not only India, in Asia also, the 75% of the farmers are the smallholders. So it is very difficult to be addressed this challenging addresser to the each and every farm unit. You need a proper structure. The legal entity on the belong to the farmers. So APO could be the right entity to work with these type of agenda to mobilize the all policy framework in the field. And also these APOs can be work as a your associate, your partner to be deal with these critical issues in the field. So the reflection of these all agenda can be formed from the producers. And producer can be inbuilt with these farmer producer companies. Further companies can be support them. All farmer producer companies are not in the stage to be support you directly, but as a business, as a forum, eco forum, we have to be support them to be strengthen their governing systems, digitalizations, their workability to be support this agenda. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's a very good takeaway when you say that a platform like ECO could also explore engaging with FPOs, and I want our members of ECO to echo this. Now, thank you so much. And I also want to remind the participants sitting here to please ask questions at the end. So when each speaker speaks, please note down your questions or any comments at the end of the panel discussion. Now I'm going to move to Ramgaru, and I know that, he's one of the most senior and an expert in the field of management, especially in business and agriculture. He just doesn't need any another second round of introduction, and we all know his expertise and insights, and I'm so glad that he's also a part of our panel. We couldn't think a panel without him for sure. And my question to you, sir, would be, change starts within business. The firms seeking to promote decent wages in supply chains need to have their own house in order first. And when I say own house, it's of course business and companies. What, according to you, are today's blocks that is addressing this wages part? And we did hear in the morning, people did talk very strongly about, we are not doing enough. So, yes, today I know this room could have been a little more, full with more members. But every year, I know I'm also a part of ECO now, being a part of Syngenta. But every year we do discuss, we take our takeaways, but why are we repeating this every year? And this is a question to me, myself, and to members of ECO and to the entire fraternity in this room. So what are those blocks? And in today's real challenges, as you know, sir, that even if I have to speak on behalf of my company or the industry, I know it is a tough time for business too, when it comes to, especially for seeds. Now, what are those challenges? How can we mitigate these two and align and bring and not compromise on human rights and minimum wages in the industries? And what role can stakeholders, again, ECO can play? And today, sir, I would really want to ask you honestly, what could be a step up for ECO? And I would take this platform to learn from experts like you and use this platform to know how as an ECO, as a platform, we can step up more, to bring the real implementation changes in the field. So, sir, to you.
Thank you very much. So you have asked, there are two parts to your question, and the first part is not very difficult because we have already spoken quite a lot about it. So the industry has a very informal seed production system with which it operates. It's not a highly professional system. It is professional in some companies and it is not so professional in some other companies. As you know, we have 400 companies in the country, so when we say seed industry, we broad brush all of them together, but that is not really correct. So we have to really look at how to bring all of them in under the fold. I think that is a real task about which we spoke in the morning. So the labor management is very informal. We use a lot of agents in between. And finally, the labor is paid by the farmer, who is also not under direct control. So there are many issues which are related to this. And lack of transparency, then data collection and monitoring, you talked about it, that there is no, when I say there is no, I'm talking of the majority of the companies. I mean, the companies which are here, most of them will have good database systems, but and then enforcement is a big issue in rural areas. Contract enforcements are always a big challenge. So you can't really force the farmer to do something, even though there could be a contractual obligation on his part. So those are all the challenges, and I don't want to go too much into the challenges because it is, they are all there. So we have to really address those things. So I would like to go to the second part of your question, where you said how ECO can actually step itself up to do more in this particular space. And that's where I would like to say that ECO can play a very big role and a major role, provided you have the resources. I think resource constraint has to be addressed also, and this must be also, in my opinion, supported by the responsible part of the industry to support ECO's efforts in this particular space. And I would like to list out 4 or 5 areas where you could actually take up. One is raising awareness not just among people sitting here, but awareness among people who are not sitting here. So I think, how do you do that? There are different associations of seed companies in the country. So should there be an educational program and awareness program among all the members of those associations, and introducing the subject and really making an impression on them that they have to, when you appeal to 100 people, maybe 10 people will convert, doesn't matter, but that conversion will happen. I think that is something which we must look at. So using NGOs, using government representatives, and using different platforms, can you raise awareness about this among various people, including the actual seed growing farmers? I think one of the things we also have to look at is that how do we make them aware of their own responsibilities? That is point number 1. Point number 2 is this best practices that are there in different companies which are being followed. Can you publish those things? Can you collect all that information and create a kind of compendium which will then become a kind of a reference book for all the others? And it could be, and companies also must share such best practices for the purpose of the general good. That if they can share, and then can you document all of them and then publish as ECO's publications, which can have a lot of relevance in the for the industry. And I'm not talking only of minimum wage here. I'm talking of general good practices which they follow. I don't think minimum wage will stand in isolation among decent work conditions. Minimum wage is a part of decent work conditions. So somebody who is not addressing other things will not do minimum wage. So if somebody is doing minimum wage, that means he will also address other things. So we have to actually look at the whole basket of good practices that people are following and then bring them out for comparison purposes. I would like to mention in this context that I am a board member of a foundation in Amsterdam called Access to Seeds Foundation. Access to Seeds Foundation, when we first met, we had the same debate that how do we make people aware, because access to seeds is about research investments and extension work being done by companies for smallholder farmers. And are companies developing varieties which suit smallholder farmers or not? That is the kind of question. I mean, this came out of access to medicines also, where there was a pressure on pharmaceutical companies to develop medicines for poorer countries. So in that we discussed this, and I think one or two points there we discussed are very relevant. Number one, we said that doing something on these lines, and in our case it is decent work, it cannot be a CSR activity. It has to be part of your regular business activity, right? You cannot say that I am allotting my CSR funds for creating decent work conditions. Creating decent work conditions and paying minimum wages is a part of your regular business. It's not a CSR activity. Number two is that people, when I say people, companies will do something only when there is some kind of a commercial impact on them. This is a fact around the world, nothing to do with either seed industry or nothing to do with India. So can we convert some of this into some kind of a commercial impact on companies? That means there must be, if a company is producing through decent work practices, like you have this, some companies have, like Seedworks also has got great place to work in. There is a certification program, right? So can ECO start a program through a proper audit system that you give a brand on the seed pack which is produced, that this is produced through decent labor practices or decent work conditions or what, yeah, label type of a thing, which gives an additional branding opportunity for the seed companies. So if I am a seed company and I am following all this, if I am recognized in the market for following these things, then I get encouraged to follow it. Otherwise, I am also along with all the 400 companies in the market, then I don't have a separate identity because I must get a separate identity for following these things. So I think, can you do that? And can you also produce through voluntary disclosure by companies? And this is what we did in Access to Seeds, that we wanted companies to disclose voluntarily the good practices they are doing. And based on that, we ranked the companies. Okay, this is a very tough task to do, not an easy task because it can be subjected to a lot of criticism. But the board or the committee which actually does this and the external agency which actually collects the data, this is a structure I can talk to all of you offline sometime about it, how to do it. But if you can bring out once in 2 years, once in 3 years, a report which shows that there is a rating of different companies based on the practices they are following in seed production and supply chain system. That could be another thing that will really take you up in terms of your standing in this particular space. So I think ECO can look at that. And finally, advocacy. I think policy has a huge role to play in this. Governments cannot escape their responsibility in this particular space. You know, enforcement of law is one area, but I think policy itself should show both carrot and stick. And you can't have a policy which is only doing stick work and not showing a carrot. Government also must recognize the importance of following good practices and reward those companies which are following good practices. Maybe it need not be money, it could be a recognition. That itself is a big thing, right? So can there be a kind of a policy done by, there are 3-4 states where most of the seed production takes place. These 3-4 state governments, if you can work with, and then make them through your work and the agriculture department's work, if you can provide them the input by which they can give some recognition and awards to companies which are following good practices. Because the government also must understand, like I said in the morning, that if the seed supply system is not a sustainable and certified system, agricultural exports will suffer. They will not take off. So I think governments also have to recognize that part, and they will support if we put up a good story to them. So these are a few things I can suggest about what, and you have a wonderful platform, ECO. You must really step it up because there is nobody else actually who can do it today. You are the only platform.
Thank you so much. I think I was so intrigued to kind of hear each and every point, and I'm sure all of you can relate to what Ram Garu said about, so many important points, and I think this is a big eye-opener for us also as a platform, and all points including educational awareness and voluntary disclosure and so many other interesting points. And I think we do need to take it offline with you, sir, and need your support to really look into making maybe a more stringent roadmap. At least now we are here, 5 years completed, but another 5 years, I think all these suggestions that you give should be on our roadmap. Thank you very much. And when you talked about looking at certification, or looking at something like award or branding, labeling, it reminds me of my experience with FLA, because I remember that at international level, it is so important that the decent working standards are addressed. And if we as a sector, as an industry, if we are really not adhering to what happened in the garment sector, I can tell you, because I have also a decade experience working in the garment sector, in the electronic sector. Slowly the investors and even the brands would move to countries like Cambodia, countries like Vietnam, and we were losing business in India. So I think this is a really wake-up call for all of us, and looking into decent working standards as one of the very important value proposition for business too. And you've really made it a very clear and a very direct correlation of how how we can show that it impacts business. Thank you so much, sir. So any other last comment, or it's
No, I think I think a lot of Indian companies will also understand, and we have to explain to them that if they follow these standards, their own valuation will go up. The funds will value them better if they are following sustainable practices and decent work practice. They must understand that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. Now, listening to you about, especially about the last point that you made, which was policy and government. We cannot really ignore policy and government. And I am again, in an event like this today, I'm not really sure we really. Dr. Davaluri, if we have government representation, but I'm very happy that we have ILO here, who's of course a tripartite, structural agency, of course representing government too. So that's how I'm going to interconnect, and I'm going to move to, Mr. Ranjit, and I'm going to, now move to ILO to ask him a few questions. But before that, let me introduce, my panelists today. So we have Mr. Ranjit Prakash from ILO, the International Labour Organization, and he's currently the National Coordinator in ILO for Setting Adequate Wage project in India. He has an experience for more than 2 decades with the United Nations, Government of India, and civil society organization to address multinational and dimensional vulnerabilities and promote decent livelihood through national and international labour standards. He also leads the program in ILO for more than a decade in thematic areas of child labor, forced labor, fundamental principles and rights at work, and social protection. Successfully, he implemented the first joint UN pilot program on social protection floor in 2016, promoting minimum guaranteed income for all. And he worked with the Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India for almost, again, another decade, and extended policy implementation and monitoring level support to the government on child labor elimination. And he holds a doctorate degree from the prestigious Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Now, it is so relevant because it is such an interconnected issue, Mr. Ranjit. And here we are today as, Ramgaru absolutely properly mentioned about government engagement. And I know that somewhere we need to step up a little more to see how we can have more strategic interventions with organizations like ILO, the Department of Labor, the government of India, looking especially in these kind of issues that we are working. So my first question to you would be, based again on your experience for so many years on working with the tripartite governing structure agency like ILO, what are your recommendations for various stakeholders, especially business and industry and business association, companies, CSOs, to address this whole issue of decent working conditions and primarily wages in the seed supply chain or in the agriculture supply chain?
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Before I attempt to answer your question, I would like to thank Mr. Davaluri and colleagues from ECO for organizing this event or conference on very important topic of promoting decent work. In fact, congratulations for organizing this conference, in a very timely manner, because we see several national legislations coming very soon and international legislations already in place for compliance, especially social compliance, which we have been talking since morning. So now I'm trying to attempt answering your question, which is very complex issue, as you mentioned, and very rightly so. But before that, when I was looking at the topic, ECO's position statement of human rights and decent workplace standards. So this is very interesting topic, because we, as mentioned earlier also by some speakers, that wages, minimum wages, you call fair wages, living wage, whatever, but wages cannot be discussed in isolation. So essentially, when we are talking about this topic, promoting decent workplace standards, then businesses, policymakers, and other stakeholders need to talk about ensuring wages at the workplaces. And therefore, it becomes integral part of decent work. And when we say decent work at the workplaces in ILOs, what we mean that there are certain standards which have to be respected by each stakeholders, whether business, government, CSOs, or anyone else, and we call it fundamental principles and rights at work. And this, why I'm mentioning, because ECO is talking about child labor elimination, forced labor elimination, then gender, we talked about women promotion, etc., but in ILO's context, we are talking about gender promotion. And then, very importantly, which I see, I can see that there is a gap on the discussion, that is workers' rights promotion to certain institutions, where they have the position to, or they are in a position to negotiate collective bargaining. And finally, the fifth element, we call it, this has been added very recently, occupational safety and health. So these are the 5 elements which are non-negotiable when we are talking of decent work promotion at any workplace. And I am thankful to ECO for bringing this concept or discussion on the topic of wages, because wages, or ensuring minimum wage at least, has the potential to address, if not all, most of these elements of non-negotiable instrument. For example, if you are ensuring minimum wage to a worker, there is a high chance that his or her child will not go to the workplace. Because this is one of the main reasons we have seen in the field, and we have been talking to different stakeholders, including CSOs and workers themselves. And we have realized that if the workers are getting minimum wage or wages in adequate manner, then there are high chances that they will not send their children to the workplaces. So I just gave one example that what is the importance of this topic of minimum wage. So what is the specific, what could be the specific role of businesses, associations, government, etc.? See, this is, as I mentioned, very complex, and you also rightly mentioned this is a very complex issue, and I have been discussing on this topic with several governments in this country, including national government. And we as ILO have started a very focused intervention also in this country for the first time, not only in this country, even in the world for the first time, on working with the government, businesses representatives called employers organization, and workers representative called trade unions, essentially these 3, and then CSOs, etc., to ensure that wages are set in adequate manner, and more importantly, all these stakeholders, businesses, government, and CSOs, they need to ensure that workers receive those wages. That is also very important. It's not the claim that we provide minimum wage or fair wage or living wage, but it's your role and responsibility to ensure that workers receive whatever you have decided to be paid. But we are talking about sometime, fair wage or living. We are using the word interchangeably, sometime consciously or unconsciously. But I would like to clarify here that for ILO, living wage is not a very new concept. Since 1919, because we are the oldest organization of United Nations and the only tripartite specialized agency in the world in formulation of living standards. And since morning, I have been listening, several references to ILO standards, and whether you talk of child labor or. So we basically promote those standards, and even when we talk about wages, we are working with the government very closely to promote international standard called Convention 131. So our role is to support the government to ensure that minimum wage set properly. So we are advising 4 states, including Telangana, that your minimum wage board mechanism already existing in many states, including Telangana, but it's not very democratic or not functioning in a proper way. So your question, or to address your question, that what should be the advice to the government, so I'm coming to the government for the first, that government has to ensure that existing institutions work properly. It means that the institution for fixing the minimum wage, that is minimum wage advisory board in the labor department, not only in Telangana, across the country, but I'm just being specific to Telangana, should it be functional in proper way, wherein not only government, but the employers' representatives and workers' representatives must be given opportunity to have a dialogue and should participate in minimum wage fixation process. And in this country, we believe that when we are talking of some higher ups or higher elements of wages like living wage, it is possible only when the minimum wage is guaranteed, minimum wage is ensured, and which is legal mandate also. While other concepts like living wage and all, it's not necessarily a legal mandate. It can be promoted through collective bargaining, negotiations, etc. So for the government, this is what we are suggesting, that you strengthen the existing system, follow the scientific method where you are going to decide minimum wage based on evidences, not just based on certain assumptions of the participants, even in the board. For example, what should be the basis for deciding minimum wage? Somebody can say this is X amount is higher, Y amount is lower. But what is the basis? So we are telling the government that decide the minimum wage based on data. For example, when we say that minimum wage should be fixed, and as per ILO, it has to be fixed, taking into account 2 factors: needs of the workers and their families. This is what being taken into consideration across the country. And the second factor is economic factor. And why are we talking about economic factors? Because we want a balanced approach to be followed by the governments, where workers' needs also taken into account and the businesses' needs also taken into account. Economic factor, when we are saying, for example, level of unemployment, productivity level, etc., to be taken into account when you are fixing the minimum wage. So this is the technical support we are giving the government, and we are expecting that they will follow the same, because this economic factor is never taken into account, but only workers' needs and family, and that too without any data, without any dialogue. So 2-3 things we are suggesting, on a priority basis.
That first you include the second element as per ILO Convention 131, that you are also going to take into account the economic factors when you are going to decide the minimum wage, because businesses also need to sustain, and we have to see the level of productivity of the businesses, level of productivity of the workers, economic factors in the country, etc. Second, whatever discussion happens, it has to be backed up by solid data collected by agencies of the government. This is our further emphasis. We as ILO, we are not referring to or following any data collected by any other agencies but the government. And if you analyze those data, there is a sufficient scope for improving the minimum wage and setting in a very scientific manner. Third, opportunity of the dialogue, where there's trade unions who represent workers and businesses representative that we call employers organization. They need to participate actively in the dialogue and then decide the minimum wage. So these three, and wherever there are challenges in mobilizing workers or finding their representatives in the form of trade unions, you involve civil society organizations. They are working very closely with the workers and workers' needs. So these are the few suggestions for these three groups. And certainly for businesses, in addition to all these, as I mentioned earlier also, that please develop some mechanism to ensure that whatever wages fixed being received by the workers on the ground. That is very important. That is basic. I'm not talking about the wages at the level of corporate offices or select business, big offices. On the ground, even in the supply chain, because you are focusing mainly on supply chain, which is quite informal, in fact, fully informal. So it's, of course, challenging, but you have to develop some mechanism.
Thank you so much. I was so lost in listening to all your, extremely interesting ideas, and actually, a big breakthrough that we all actually need to think at eco level is also the last point that you mentioned. And we really believe this in the MSI that I had worked before, where we had trade unions representation on the board. And I think that is one area also which is, I find it very missing in the agriculture and the seed industry. It could be because there are lack of workers, associations and organizations. And as you rightly know, Mr. Ranjit, that one of the ILO conventions also talk about freedom of association, right, and collective bargaining. This is where, again, we need to, and I think ECHO has a very, very strong role to play. ECHO can actually be the bridge, like many multi-stakeholder organizations at world level, like sir, you just mentioned about the Netherlands organization, or like Fairware Foundation or Fair Labor Association. They play a role to bring these alignment and collaboration between associations and the industry to bridge the gap. So I think you've really, nailed it so well, Mr. Ranjit, and I like the fact of workers really getting the wages in their hands. And unfortunately, I don't know if any company here sitting today could say that, yes, the wages that is going to the workers from the growers or the farmers are digitalized. I don't know, but I think we are still grappling with that. We still have cash payments, sir, So I think these are the areas where we need more transparency and more accountability. Now, let us hear, but I know that we also have good practices, like we have, BSF Nunhems, who's a part of, this whole WISH project. And today we are lucky to have also a representative from BSF who is implementing. And today we can maybe proudly say that, towards reaching a more, towards working on a more robust system of monitoring. Okay, how much percentage? Okay, so BSF, we can say proudly 15% compliant, 20% compliant. Syngenta, some 50% compliant. So I think it's important to also hear from the other side, which is from the industry side, from the company side, how are you doing it, and how best can others also do. But let me just introduce Mr. Vikram, who's also a very distinguished panelist with us today. Mr. Vikram MN, he's a postgraduate in seed science and technology, who has 26 years of experience in the seed industry. He has worked in supply chain and in sales as well, and has a hands-on understanding of the farmer's needs and challenges, both from commercial perspective and from seed production perspective. He's extremely passionate about agriculture and proud to be associated or be a part of the journey in the seed sector that has witnessed many transformations benefiting farmer community. He has been actively involved in driving the ILSS principles in the industry. And we're really proud to have such representation because, you know, you are the leaders who inspire another 100 leaders out there working in different companies to really implement such initiatives. So now my question to you, sir, is what role has BSF played in this WISH project? Now I'm going to go a little more diving deep into the WISH project, because WISH is again a solution that we see. So what has been your role in the WISH project, and what is your recommendation as a company, and also especially to the domestic companies, to implement this whole as one of the most important strategic pillars in decent working conditions? That's my first question to you, Vikram sir.
Thank you, Subhadra. Good afternoon, all of you. The first thing is, of course, I would like to congratulate ECO for completing 5 years, and thank you for this opportunity to discuss about this important topic. Yeah, WISH is one of the important milestone, I would say. Since 2022, BASF, of course, Syngenta and ARISA, we are involved in this, and we are working towards ensuring that how we can implement, because what Ranjit was saying, we have to ensure that it has to happen. The big question is how, and how the industry can work towards it, because we see many factors impacting, because the social fabric at the village level differs from village to village. It's a kind of a web. If I see the relationship between the grower and the labor force is kind of a web. There are many other transactional things, many emotions involved, and it is not easy. It's a socio-economic condition which it's a long shot to bring the change. And also there are many village leaders, of course, at the grower level who actually fix about the wages, what to be given in a particular season. And these are many things that come into play. And bringing and buying in the growers is also an important aspect, and in the WISH, that is what we have been trying. First of all, from our side, the attempt was to make sure whether we are paying the right compensation for the seed production. That was a big analysis which we did as an organization. We tried to make sure that if we increase the wages and also come with kind of fair wages or the minimum wages which needs to be included, including the profit to the grower, that is the first step towards it. And the second important question what we wanted to address is, what is it the really grower is incurring as a cost, depending on where he is producing, how he is producing, and of course the vagaries of the season, which is a big impact on the overall production system. So how is he addressing it? So we might take into consideration an average of 3 years, depending on what we are producing in a particular area, and also in terms of what is the cost of goods that has gone in, and the yield and profit what he is making. But whatever you do, at the end of the day, the next year becomes another simply new. And what he does is totally different because of the inclement weather conditions. But there will be ups and downs. It is important that how we do it. So that's why what we are also making sure that we have adopted few villages along with you in Syngenta, and making sure that those growers also document what they're really implementing or incurring as cost. And we are trying to see how we can support them in those aspects. And of course, we are educating the labor force also about their rights, making sure that what is the minimum wages, how they can do, what is collective bargaining. And also we are trying to digitalize few of these things in terms of our internal audits, what we are conducting in these aspects. So that is some of the activities what we are doing as part of the WISH.
Thank you so much, Vikram. And maybe, I know I shouldn't be again going back to challenges because I see everybody talking about solutions now. But, unless we see the blocks, how do we learn? And I would like you to reflect a bit on, as a company, you have really been very visible recently, at least last 5 years, really stepping up on when it comes to this whole concept of ensuring and adhering to minimum wages. So what would be those little blocks, but how did you face those blocks? And because I know that you were also part of the senior management, and I know I'm also part when we do have to negotiate and, literally internally align with colleagues, because, it does involve a cost, right? So how did you really, break that ceiling? That's very interesting to hear from you, sir. Yeah.
That's a very good question. The first thing is look in-house. That is very important. We have to make sure that we have a strong leadership commitment. And of course, for BASF, it is a non-negotiable part of doing business, making sure that the human rights values are properly implemented. And we have a robust kind of a system where we audit and make sure that everybody is trained, and also this system is what is in place is being properly audited. So that is first step which we are making sure that it is strongly taken up. So which sets the context that it becomes part of the job to ensure that this happens as part of it, so rather than becoming a burden. So it is a challenge. I would not say everything is rosy, but of course we are working very strongly towards that. The second important thing is I see both the farmer and the labor as two sides of the coin. You can't ignore either of them. It is very important. If you ignore one of them, the system breaks. So it is very important that we take care of both sides, which is very sensitive. You can't just, there are cases where we said we were talking very strongly with the labor force, and the farmer just said, just get out of my field. So it is not easy. Then the whole system breaks, and you are, at the end of the day, the business is impacted. So how do we address this sensitive issue? Bringing in the buy-in from both the ends, understanding the social fabric that is there at the ground level, because it's not just transactional. So it is very important that how you make it, there is a lot of emotions involved between two parties, a lot of investment done by the grower as well. So because at the end of the day, we have to also recognize that the grower is the one who is taking the risk in running the business, because he is the one who is investing and creating the jobs. And also for the labor side, to be fair to them, it is also important that we create an environment where they are not being exploited, where it is important that they know about their rights and they make that bargain. Like what Continue Sir was telling in the morning, there is of course this inflation, because it is too cyclic. There is cases where the peak demand is there, the windows are shortened because of the weather issues. Then of course the labor charges rises from, say for example, 500 to it goes to 600, 700. In some cases where the lower wages are there, it is doubled also. And when there is low peak, of course there is more laborers available, the negotiation goes in a different way, of course the farmers also use it. And the second important thing is the number of hours the growers are working. It is not like a factory setup where you work exactly 8 hours, 9 hours in a day and you paid for it and you have a clear structure to it. So sometimes the growers engage laborers for 4 hours, 3 hours, 6 hours, and then it becomes difficult. So at the end of the day, whether we are paying on a per hour basis, we should move towards that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Towards kind of a setting up like an industry rather than a subsistence level where these issues becomes all the more difficult. And we are facing these kind of challenges in terms of making sure that the farmer understands what from the perspective what we are looking at, and also the grower understands their limits and the rights, and in bringing a compromise and bringing that kind of a change. It's a long shot, but I think whatever we have started today will certainly revolutionize in the future. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much. You've summed it so well, Mr. Vikram, and I think he's absolutely right, because we really do face blocks, but then how do we really talk about it? How do we really solve them is actually the need of the hour. And I think you've really mentioned very important aspects of how it is important to involve the senior management. And my colleagues sitting here in this room, I want to reiterate that it's very important that we dialogue, we discuss, we throw these decent work standards and wages with our senior management involved, and looking into and diving deep into analyzing the pros and cons. What are the challenges and how can we as an industry solve? And the last point that you mentioned is very important. There are so many challenges. Working hours is something, or resistance from commercial farmers is something which only Syngenta or only BSF cannot really do anything about it. It is our overall uniform industry issue, and that is where today the whole objective of interconnecting with WISH project is going to be my next topic to talk about. And here I think none other than Dr. Davuluri, who's the best person and expert here to really share with us that how becoming a part of this whole journey for so many years, looking into bringing and working on those blocks. And today we have a project which is funded by the RVO, which is the Dutch government, and we have ARISA, which is an NGO, which is again a Dutch-based NGO, and we have 2 more partners, and I know one of the partners, if I'm right, is sitting also with us here. Not 1, 2, MV Foundation and I think Yuva Mitra. And how as a team we have been able to achieve some success. Of course, we have a long way to go. But before that, Dr. Davuluri, I don't think, anybody needs an introduction for Dr. Davuluri? Raise your hand, please. Nobody needs an introduction, but it is my job to
please acknowledge Dr. Davuluri's, work. We cannot deny that. So he's been currently working as the Director of Global Research, and he's the General Secretary of ECHO. He has completed his PhD on changing agrarian relations in Andhra Pradesh. Over the last 2 decades, he has extensively contributed to policy and academic debates on child labor and agriculture and wages in India. He has worked as a social labor consultant and researcher for several organizations, including ILO, UNICEF, BCI, Fair Labor Association, IKEA, WWF, ARISA, and of course, also with the Ethical Council for the Norwegian Global Fund. His research on child labor in seed, it has generated substantial debate among scholars, activists, seed companies, and change makers, and it contributed to the development of several proactive interventions to address the theme of child labor in the seed industry. We all know that he has published several books, reports, and articles on social and economic issues and on farming in India, and most of these publications are available from the internet if you would like to really access to it. So, Dr. Davuluri, to you, my question would be, what would be the need and the role of companies to fast track minimum wage? I know there is a frustration. I know there is a sense of hope that we have more companies joining in, we have more rigorous approaches. But what are your thoughts of so many years, that fast track way that companies can, really come forward and work on these issues? Yes, first could be to join platforms like ECHO, join projects like WISH, but other than that, what other ways that company can really speed up, because we really need to speed up? Yeah.
Thank you, Subhadra. So I am primarily a researcher who has been tracking the decent work issues in the agriculture sector. So my experience of trying to understand the trends in the agriculture wages, and also experience with ECHO trying to implement the pilot minimum wage projects in corn and vegetable sector. See, actually the key aspect is the minimum wage issue is more of a economic than social. See, in the hybrid seed sector, 55 to 60% of the production cost is labor wages actually. And actually if you try to understand what are the current wages and what are the statutory stipulated wages, so there are several regions and pockets where you see a substantial gap even today of 40%, 50% when compared to the statutory minimum wages. Karnataka, 510 rupees is the statutory minimum wages. In Koppal area, it's a 250, 300 rupees, the wages paid to the seed production workers. And in Andhra Pradesh, Eluru, and in corn production locations, again 450 to 500 is statutory wages. And it is again 300 to 250 rupees is paid to detasseling workers. So here, as Vikram said, as a company which has committed and trying to understand the issue, and so what the first basic thing the companies has to do internally, because it is clearly linked to the procurement prices paid to the farmers, and that analysis of exactly whether with the procurement price paid to the farmers, whether he is able to meet, that implementation, tracking, monitoring, that has issues, but I think here there is lot the companies have to open up and trying to understand that those calculations of the current wages and minimum wages and what is paid, because every company has very detailed the labor cost and production cost systems. I have gone through those calculations also. And there actually, everybody they know, all seed companies, they know that what is paid to the farmers, with that amount, they will not be able to meet the minimum wages. So that is because 40-50% gap with 60% of production cost is labor. If there is 30-40% wage gap between minimum wages and the market wages, then you can understand so what is the intensity of the economic issue and problem actually. So that is one part. And actually, at ECHO, actually we are trying to push this agenda for the discussion. First, it was a non-issue actually. So actually, even for NGOs also, actually we should acknowledge that like child labor and other issues. So actually the organizations, NGOs speaking about the minimum wages are very, very few organizations, and it is even in the areas it is a non-issue. And actually here there is a lot more we have to invest in terms of actually creating awareness, and also the role of government is very, very important, because so actually that enforcement and awareness, they publish and nobody knows. Actually, I was struggling to, as a researcher, I struggled a lot to find out what is the minimum wage in Gujarat, what is the minimum wage in Orissa. So it took me more than 1 month time to find out what is the minimum. That publication is not known to the stakeholders, not going to the stakeholder, it is not well published, and also enforcement is almost zero. At field locations, the enforcement of minimum wages is not happening effectively. So actually, these are the very critical issues, and at companies, the first and most important thing, they should acknowledge that they should do the proper the calculation of what is the gap between current market wages and the stipulated minimum wages. And so there actually they have to internally, first they have to set right. Otherwise nothing will happen. Actually, we have seen with our experience. So actually, some companies, they came forward to slightly readjust the procurement prices to push the wages in the supply chain. And so there actually, even the gap is a lot more. So only 10-15% of gap out of whatever 30-40% of gap. So the companies are coming forward when we talk about the issue of minimum wages. So there is more the companies have to do internally to look at what is the current procurement prices and what is the gap. And because it is 60% the production wages. So any increase of 50 rupees, 100 rupees, it will have huge impact on the procurement prices also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davaluri. And another question too, it's my personal question, which because we are struggling, and my colleague sitting here right there, I know will also agree with me, is, the wage differential benchmarks and wage rates across different provinces, states. In Karnataka, where we are looking at, the wages, reaching around 500 INR, maybe almost approximately per day, whereas in Maharashtra, we're looking 250 or 280 or 300. So sometimes it does become very challenging. And then, it's a very easy role for companies to say, okay, we go and work in the states where the legal mandates are lower. But that's not the solution. We definitely need to step up and also work in states where the wages rates are high. How do we as an industry also, bridge those gaps where there is a differential, because India is like a continent. We have all different revision of policies and wages in different states. So how do you look at that? Or maybe any other panelist can also add on that. Dr. Davuluri, would you like to attempt this question? Did you hear? It's basically the differential wage rates across states, which sometimes becomes very challenging for an industry or for a company to really cope or step up to, what. Then I choose Maharashtra rather than Karnataka. You will pitch into that. Great. But Dr. Davuluri, would you like to attempt that? Or yes?
Actually, that part is very, very challenging, and for even seed companies and also for other stakeholders to address that issue, because that wage disparity among different states is very significant, and the recent the labor code announced by the government of India, if that comes into effective and if we have a uniform wage rate, so that is the only the permanent solution. But actually very recently we have noticed this problem was very significant 2-3 years back, but last year and this year the state governments have realized that there is a huge gap between, see, the lowest, the statutory minimum wage was in Gujarat. Highest minimum wage in Kerala, of course. Next to Kerala is Karnataka. It's 50% gap actually. Till 2 years back, it was only 250 rupees in Gujarat, and whereas in Karnataka it was 450, and Kerala more than 500. But last 2 years, this year actually Gujarat also increased it to 380 rupees, and so there is that gap is slowing down, but still that disparity is an issue actually.
That's why I wanted to come in. And this is one of the issues which we as ILO are struggling when we are having discussion with this government, because this is the policy issue mainly. And I'm sure you must be aware, I'm going to address your question, interstate variation in terms of minimum wages. But you will be surprised to know that each state has several layers of minimum wages. And can I ask a question to this house? Are you aware how many minimum wages exist in your state, that is Telangana? Can anyone guess even? See, we are talking about wages, minimum wage, whether we are enforcing minimum wage, what are the challenges, etc. Are we aware how many minimum wage exist? And if we are not aware, how are you going to ensure which minimum wage you are going to pay? This is the biggest challenge at the policy level. And this has come out as part of our study in Telangana, which we have concluded a month back. And I had a meeting with the Principal Secretary Labor yesterday on this issue, that how are we going to address it? Even he was surprised to know when I told the figure. It's 1,700 plus. 1,700 plus minimum wages exist in Telangana. And we are talking about interstate variation. That's another level of challenge. So within the state, and that is why what we are doing as ILO, we are telling the government that you follow the system of fixing minimum wage, which has to be based on evidences. And then you start minimizing. Needs of the workers and the families. Again, I repeat, it is same. It can vary from rural to urban. So you try to minimize the minimum wages. How will inspectors remain? What kind of minimum wage to be enforced? How will businesses remain? Or how will supply chain actors of the businesses will remember that this particular minimum wage to be paid to for particular work? So these are the challenges, and we are working in that direction. So I just wanted to share this experience.
Why women's minimum wage is less than men's minimum wage?
It's a just matter of practice. Just matter of practice. As per the law,
it's officially announced by the government.
No,
right?
as per the law, there is no variation in wages for men or women. It's only occupation based. Only occupation based. And when minimum wage is fixed, I would also like to share with you, it is for declared scheduled employment, means categories of work. So in Telangana, for example, currently minimum wage is fixed only for 76 occupations. Other occupations are not covered. So in the discussion for past few months and yesterday too, we have suggested that this government, as Dauluru also mentioned, that the wage code is hopefully going to be implemented. We don't know, but we are hoping that it will be implemented soon. If wage code is going to be implemented, it will be rationalized to the certain extent. But whether it's going to be implemented or not, we have already advised Telangana government to move in a direction. We have provided a framework where only a maximum of 13 levels of minimum wages will be possible in this state. This already we have provided the framework. How can they develop the minimum wage, which will be limited to 13 only. So instead of 1,700 plus, we are trying to reduce to 13 minimum wages. And that should be the minimum range of minimum wages, because it's based on skills, which is currently also being followed, semi-skilled, highly skilled, non-skilled, etc. And also, we are trying to tell them that, okay, rural and urban category, and also agriculture sector separately possible.
You know, one of the things we discuss with government also is that agricultural work is not included in the Manrega work. In the Manrega work, agriculture work is not included.
Manrega, they do not link with minimum wage.
Yeah, so we have been also talking to the government that while the farmers are paying actually during a peak season time, transplantation time or harvesting time, why don't you include that work also for Manrega? Because then it helps the farmers to find labor, and the overall labor, that's what I was saying in the morning, that those peaks, minimum wages have no meaning. They will actually bargain for higher wages and they will get it. But during that time, the farmers actually pay out quite a lot. So the real thing is that it's like tomato prices. They will go up and then they will come down. So you have to capture when it is high, and when it is low, you have to compensate. So we have to really see how to bring that balance into the wages.
Right. Yes, I will just, keeping a track of the time, I know people are getting hungry, but we will have another last 2 quick comments and then few slides on the wish, and we will open the floor for Q&A. Yeah.
My small submission actually, there is the mandatory standards, there is the voluntary standards. So I must say, when we are discussing on some sort of the mandatory standards, mandatory guidelines, minimum wage also, it can be taken care through the different forums, governments, ILO, different organizations are there. When we are talking with the businesses, when we are in the businesses association forums, so our aim should be on the decent wages, not the minimum wages. We have to provide the fair value to all stakeholders in the supply chain when we are representing these type of forum. This is a small submission. Thank you.
That's a good, ending. That not just minimum wages, but decent wages. And we believe that even minimum wage can contribute to a decent livelihood. So in a country like India, that is the precondition, because even bargaining, as one of my panelists mentioned, that in the market, structure, when you go and there is scope for bargaining, but bargaining at what level? Therefore, the minimum wage has to be there. It's good for businesses who are interested in paying higher than the minimum wage, because negotiation starts from there. That's the baseline. That is why it's necessary and legally mandated. And just to answer last point to your question, that how to bring parity among states. We understand that it will be very challenging, because this minimum wage is fixed based on the needs of the workers and the families, and also economic factors. And each state has its own story about the socio-economic conditions and the needs of the workers accordingly. And if you see the data, it varies across the states. When you are calculating the cost of living of the workers, then it varies. And therefore, there are high chances that this kind of disparity will exist across the country. States will have different rates. But what we are trying that you rationalize across the country this level of minimum wages, that is maximum 13 or 12 level of minimum wage. And Government of India has already agreed to our understanding. It will also provide opportunity for the workers who are excluded, as you mentioned, some categories of women workers, for example, domestic workers. Many states, they are not part of the minimum wage board and all. So we have given this, that this will also lead to inclusion of the vulnerable categories of workers.
Thank you. I think, this is such an interesting discussion that I think it's so difficult for me to moderate and, call it and sum it up. Sure.
Sorry, but I have to just add this small piece of data. I was at a seminar in Delhi last week, and then the economist mentioned this, that by 2047, we're expecting that agriculture will contribute less than 7% of the GDP. But the agriculture will still have 35% of total labor force in the country. That means the disparity between people dependent on agricultural work and the economic contribution of agriculture will widen much more than what it is today. Like you said, it is 45% today, and this side is 17%. So it will go to below 7, and that will come down to only 35. So this is going to be a big problem in the future, and it will be a continuous problem. So we have to really look at addressing this in a much more systemic way and then structural manner, so that it can be addressed.
Right. That was really a very interesting, fact that you just shared, and completely agree. It's very complex, and I take that very seriously. That yes, we should talk and move towards decent wages. Quickly now, I'm going to share a few slides on the WISH project, which is also a solution and way forward to, looking into how we can move working on this project. You don't need to really look backward, because I'm going to speak about it, So, no, you do. I will stand and speak from here. So, WISH collaboration is basically, a consultation today that we are talking here about. WISH collaboration is basically a collaborative approach. The next slide, please. Oh, you have the pointer? Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So as you see, we are very proud today to announce that it's no more BSF and Syngenta, but we also have HM clause. Is anybody there from HM clause today here? Nobody. Mochumi is not there as ECO member, but nobody else. Okay. We also have Seedworks. Seedworks, I know, we have very good representation from Seedworks today. Raja Garu is also sitting there, up there. And we also have Enza Zadon, which is another company which has joined actually the WISH project. And as you see in WISH project, we have Syngenta, BSF, and these three companies along with ARISA. We also have the Netherlands government. We also have ASK, which is a national NGO. Yuva Mitra, can you please raise your hand? I know you're here. Yes, Manisha. And we also have MV Foundation, which is Bhaskar is here. Bhaskar, yeah. So you all are a part of this initiative, and a great congratulations. Quickly to tell you that it has gone globally in the global news that all these companies are joining more and more to look into a collaboration to improve labor standards in India's vegetable seed sector. Well, I'm not going to go details into that. Why WISH? We all know by now why we need WISH project. Okay, the full form of WISH, can anyone tell me? Not the members of WISH, please. Can anyone tell me the full form of WISH from there? Raise your hand. No one? Okay. It is wage improvements in seeds hybrid. Okay, I'm going to move to the next one. And it's a 4-year collaboration project, which is to look into primarily into the wages aspect, and it aims to address the wage aspect and child labor. And I liked what you said, Mr. Ranjit. You did talk about the interconnection between child labor and wages. And this was one question which was continuously asked, because we thought it is a wages project, why should child labor be interconnected? But they're highly interconnected. If proper decent wages are paid to workers, they would not involve children in the field. So I agree with that. 28 villages, approximately 500 suppliers, and now the figures will just go on more and more because more companies are joining in. And right now we are almost, 2025 is going to be almost the closure of this project, and not closure, but I would say beginning, because now we're inviting more companies to join and implement in a more sustainable manner. And we all know the root causes of wages and child labor. I'm not going to go on that. But the project B, which is right now running, is focusing more on the wage awareness and compliance in the sector, and looking into capacity building, awareness, stakeholder engagement, motivation with seed companies, and of course improving private sector ways of working, and in a more sustainable result. What are the partnerships? So we really encourage more partners, more companies to join in WISH project. And what are the partnership requirements? As Dr. Davuluri rightly mentioned, agree and first look into a proper procurement and procurement price calculation methodology internally, looking into the cost items, and develop a full compliance map per crop. Ensure legal and minimum wage in the procurement price calculations. That's very, very important. And of course, we cannot ignore internal and external monitoring system to ensure labor compliance, share the best practices like we are doing now, and continuous capacity building in and engaging leadership team. So, be involved and be informed. So one way you can be involved and become a direct partner to WISH project. This is an open forum to invite you, and also be informed about the WISH project. And step by step, the approach is to becoming 100% compliant, becoming fully compliant. So each participating organization commits to become fully compliant and have a proper clear plan. And the scope is not only in Karnataka and Maharashtra, where the project is right now, but overall in India and other states also. I also want to share with you, and Dr. Davuluri, you can add, that ECHO is going to be also, one of the organizations who would be actually looking at taking the whole WISH project further in a sustainable manner, because the WISH projects, all of them are part of ECHO. And if you join, we need to definitely look into building a roadmap. I'll stop here. And I will also conclude by saying very few important things which actually came up in the entire discussion. That, this is a practical issue and complex issue. But the starting point is to understand that wages look like we need to literally prioritize this. And how can we prioritize this? I think the first is, as I think one of the members also said, requires a strong mandate from senior leadership. This is very, very important. And collection of data and gap analysis, which Dr. Davuluri rightly mentioned, is also something which is important. And implementation plan and collaborating with stakeholders. We really need to open up to collaborate and engage, and measuring and monitoring is important. Last not the least, I would say that decent wages improve a business's proposition by attracting and retaining high quality talent, which is our workers who are our assets, boosting employee morale and productivity, reducing turnover, enhancing company reputation, and potentially leading to increased customer loyalty, ultimately contributing to a more sustainable and profitable business operation. I will stop here, but before we thank all our panelists, I would like to invite Manisha from Yuva Mitra, Bhaskar from MV Foundation, Saikat from BSF, and Pushparaj from Syngenta to please come on stage for a quick photograph. But before that, each one of you panelists, I think, we didn't want to end this session, to be honest. And I was just looking at the watch and it's like, oh my God, it's more than an hour. So thank you so much, each one of you. We had a very meaningful and constructive discussion. I will take these notes and hand it over for our next plan of action. But please, Manisha, Bhaskar, Saikat, and Pushparaj, please come on the stage, because we are also a WISH project partner. Yes. Please come. Yeah, and we can have a photograph, please.
thanks for my request. I just wanted to request good businesses here that if you are very keen to promote or already working on some kind of wages, you may call fair wage or living wage, but I'm talking about living wage. If you are really keen to promote living wage, ILO will be very happy to collaborate and support, because India is the first country in the world where government of India has approached us to provide technical support in formalizing the living wage implementation. And on pilot basis, we in India have decided that we will work very closely with select businesses which are keen to provide or promote living wage or already into it, because we have some figures and understanding that this is mainly HR driven. Even if you are paying more than minimum wage, that is mainly HR driven. And we want to change the modality, because when you are going to claim that you are providing living wage, that is more than just higher salary or higher wages. So in all the form or all kind of support, we will be very happy to collaborate, and I can see interest and statements from businesses that they are paying higher wages than minimum wage. So that will be very helpful, and maybe Government of India would like to invite you at certain stage to understand your good practices.
Invitation from the government means a lot for us. Raja Garu, how come you're not here? Please come and be here. People who are a part of the project of Wish, please come on stage. If I've missed out anyone, please come on stage. I would request the panelists to still be remained on the stage for the mementos. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay. So, may I request Saikat to please come on stage and please give away the mementos. Dr. Davaluri, please. Dr. Davaluri, yes. Photo, please, yes. Vikram, okay. Thank you. Can I request Pushparaj, please come on stage to give away the mementos to Mr. Ranjit. Oh, the music comes now. A big round of applause, please. Where are the claps? People are hungry or what? Loudly, right. Can I request Dhiru to please come on stage? And give this away to please Dr. Suresh. Yes. Big clap, please. Okay, yes. Right. Did we miss anybody, Dr. Okay. Ananda, did we miss anyone? Okay, fine. Thank you very much. It was a very, very, I think, constructive, extremely happening and exciting, panel discussion, and enjoyed thoroughly with all of you. Please, I think we are breaking for lunch now, Mother? Yes, so I think we are all hungry and we are all breaking for lunch, but please don't go. Post-lunch, we have a very interesting breakout session to further break all these pillars into more detailing, Thank you very much. 2 to 3 they have to come. At 2 they have to come. No, 2 to 3 is lunch, right? Okay, so 3 they're coming back. 2:45 is good, yeah. So please stick to 45 minutes of lunch and please come back at 2:45. Thank you very much, all of you.